Heart. Hello, hello. Oh, it was very close to being late, but hey, I finished up what I was doing real fast, so we're here, we're good, we're returning. We're going to England. Hello, hello, Punisher, welcome. We have finally, well, I say finally, technically we're about to finally make it to England. After being
glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses
Maya.
to the crime
Welcome.
itself.
How are you doing? How's everyone doing tonight? Today? Afternoon?
However,
whatever.
none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Hello? Yep. Just make sure. Good. Hard to hear me over the game. Yeah, I'm messing with audio levels right now.
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
There we go.
Look
Is
at
that
all
better?
the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
Love when anime games have full animated
like I'm
sequences like this.
dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
Now here's a question. Will we be
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall,
what's
if
the
you
word?
wouldn't mind.
accused of murder for the third
My
time?
pleasure. I suppose
No.
you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay.
Turned up my microphone gain just a little bit.
And welcome to the centre of the world. Great Britain's mighty capital,
Still a bit hard?
London.
Hold on. How's that? Oh. Is that better? February 18th, 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court. There's Lord Chief Justice's office. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. It's got a lot of clockwork going on. What's up with that? Oh, we're in the middle. Oh, I see. Are we in Big Ben? There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to it than more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. It's also their clock tower. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, you were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death, of which you are blamed for. You also blame me for that. It's like, semantics. What do you mean semantics? It's all in the past. It's like, it was like a month ago. This is still pretty fresh. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. Sure. Okay, no, whatever. Old time, who knows? So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way they'll be able to remain here in London. Oh, I'm up to scratch. She's staring at me. She's staring daggers at me. No, if we fail this, it's all my fault. It was at least a week ago. Oh, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. You know what? I was close enough with the way. Oh, I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. Don't be awkward, Ryunosuke. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Miles Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. Ugh, I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. No, he's more like a lion. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you, sir. He's a very imposing man. Just gonna take a quick look around. This must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble. Looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me. I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo. He definitely does. Like, you're not wrong. Sure. His imposing figure definitely gives off strong, like, the strong vibe of, you may not know it now, but soon enough you shall come to realize that I am the true villain behind everything. Every single problem you face so far is because of me. It feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home is made of brick and stone here. I know. That's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the rooms. Across the room, whatever. Words. I believe they're suits of armor. Oh, right. Definitely what I was thinking. Definitely not golems or constructs. That would come a lot. I thought maybe they're like the lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know? Every single time. Every time? Yes, I'm sure even these two right here will come to life any moment now and chop our heads off when we do something wrong. We'll keep that in mind. And they roam around in the middle of the night. Really? Is there nothing you don't know, Mrs. Hutto? This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask. So it's the internet. That book is actually an iPad sent from the future. Where did she get that incredible tome? Ah, wait, no, grimoire. That makes more sense. It's magic. Just look at all the naughty books placed together on these shelves. They go from floor to ceiling. I'm pretty sure that's not the ceiling there. You know, and they're all books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream. Yes, a very bad dream. They're not all about British law either. There are books about the judicial systems of other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland. What about Russia? Why do you ask? I was wondering about asking the Lord Chief Justice how you say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think? Throw back to the boat. I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned. The I don't know why that threw me so much. Oh god, do you guys ever have a leap pad as a kid? I don't think I did. You had somewhat. No, I don't think I ever had a leap pad or anything like it, really. But I certainly remember them. Wait. Memories. Is this some kind of clock? Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock. But those gears are larger than anything you find on a steam locomotive even. It's eerie. Do you think clocks are some sort of hobby of his? The Lord Chief Justice, I mean. Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? I mean, I'm not sure you could fiddle with cogs that size. I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. That lion would snap your neck. Wouldn't even break a sweat doing it. Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs makes considering how large they are. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm. Anything else? Anything else? What's over here? Oh. I've seen all this. Moving on. There we go. And up there. And over here. Cool. Okay, I have thoroughly looked around the room that I could have done for the hour that you were not here. London?
So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London?
Oh, well, help! I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh?
We had a wonderful view of some of London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words.
I see. I'm glad to hear you like it.
Wait, no, more British.
Glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor in London is astounded.
Oh, yes, astounded is the word. Oh, thanks for saving me there, Susanoo-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Oh, this must be before, Jack the Ripper. I wonder if Jack the Ripper's in this game. I actually don't know. He probably is.
Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we'll be hosting here in London.
Great exhibition? Or Sweeney Todd. Or, yeah, that's fair. Must be before that, too.
Cultural and technological advancements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris' World Fair look like a toy shop.
His eyes look like he's ready to just stab you to death at any moment. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be.
Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world.
Even if you do say so yourself.
The sun will never set on our great empire.
Yeah, about 50 different revolutions in the near future. I have something to say about that.
Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun.
Hey, so... about that law student that was supposed to be coming? A small issue. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for the study tour, weren't you?
Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Sogim, if my memory serves.
That's right.
The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores.
That's amazing. He was reaching before he even arrived.
My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Had you ordered this appointment specifically to inform me of the news?
Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person.
Tell me, you Japanese are a people of protocol.
God, I fucking hate accents. But also, I want to learn how to do them. I should practice more, like off.
Tell me, you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it was some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. Fuck my words.
If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart.
What do you have to say, madam?
It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal.
What do you know? Well, Mr. Naruhodo.
This is it then. Moment of truth. The thing is, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if you perhaps would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead.
Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. Without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done.
Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. I have a feeling I'm about to get clubbed to death.
Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asogi. At least, that's what I've been led to understand.
Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. Susanoo, help me. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. It's very intimidating. Mr. Naruhodo. I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's... Actually, there's no one. It's her. She's the one. No, fuck, it's me. It's me. I can do it.
Is that so?
I mean, I'm not like a trained lawyer, but I have lawyered myself out of 2 murder cases, so you know, we take that as a win. I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but
No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer.
I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happened. Oh, right, we weren't technically a lawyer in the second case. We were just a detective. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused. But glossing over the details, I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law, court proceedings while I was on board the SS Burya.
The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education.
Look, I know the bar exam normally takes like multiple years. 50 days is fine. That's close enough, right? I mean, to be a police officer, you only need like, what, 30? If that?
To become a qualified lawyer in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training.
I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on the study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I'll do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please.
31 seconds.
Sorry?
Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer.
Oh, thanks, I think?
So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment.
But
let me ask you one thing first, sir.
Yes?
You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path?
Well, yes, that's my intention.
I see.
Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? I think he might know that Kazuma's other goals of being here in Britain that we don't know about, and we just agreed to something real bad. We'll find out.
Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you one chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer.
Yes.
Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you.
I'm gonna read.
Are you an arrogant ass? Then welcome to the force. That's all we require is a little bit of ego and bravado, and you're all set.
Really? So, what form will the test take exactly? You got like a Scantron? Is it multiple choice? Is it open answer? God, I hope it's not essay. I did not say that out loud. Please don't make it an essay. I love essay tests, actually. You know what? You should give me that. I ace it so easily. No problems. Sir, your gaze is scaring me.
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be?
Well, defending people, of course.
Well said. So, let's have you defend someone.
Huh?
The test is Morse code binary.
Ah, shit. Wait, how you... Oh god, there's a lot involved.
Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today.
That's not enough time! Pretty lawyer, even the best of the best.
No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news.
Today? Straight away?
If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. Or it could be simpler.
Ugh, how do I get myself into these situations? Well, can I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart?
Yes, good question. Oh, I remember. It's a murder trial, because what the fuck else would we do in Ace Attorney? Or we handle our murder trials. There's no such thing as thievery, no arson, no larceny, kind of the same thing, no grand theft auto. We deal in murder and murder only.
A murder?
An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. It's also Victorian Britain.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Even murder isn't much of a crime. That's easy to say.
But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment.
Capital punishment? He'll be put to death?
Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law.
My cold reading, not entirely there. It's a little bit there. It's not entirely there. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with the man's life.
I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I decided it's acceptable, because I have no morals to speak of. Victory is all that matters.
But you can't do that, can you?
There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose.
So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court? If I lose, I'll be hanged.
Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen.
He's testing my resolve.
What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be?
do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? Bounceable. Yeah, oh, no, that's like advanced tricks. You know, the lower level lawyers, the first thing they do is juggling. Maybe tell some bad jokes. Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out.
15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, that's as I suspected, is it?
Sorry?
You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for package back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over.
Now I think about it, what does the boat ride, like the path look like from England to Britain? Do they go? No, you can't go north of Russia. You hit way too many. You can go north of Asia. They have to go. Unless there's a canal through by Saudi Arabia, is there? Or by United Arab Emirates, is there? I don't remember. I guess they probably had to go south of Africa. I don't know why I didn't think about that before. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Mr. Sato. What can I do? It's alright, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. Resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it.
What are you trying to say, madam?
I think what Mr. Sato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable. And I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in courts day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice.
Wait, Mr. Naruhodo.
That was a very good response that Ryunosuke gave. That was very good. Oh, was there something else? All that resolved. Out the window immediately.
It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time.
But I just said that
I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him.
What?
At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. You will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down, which is some bullshit if you ask me. What the fuck? Oh, but that's awful! But that is the truth.
Why does it have to be like this?
Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you.
I'm really his only hope? Way to stack on the pressure there, my dude.
So, what do you say now, madam?
Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds.
This man is like super obsessed with time. I understand now why he lives in a goddamn clock.
So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves.
well. He's gone. The Old Bailey. Alright. Guess we're going on a trip. If we're going to do this, Mr. There isn't a bell? Oh yeah, no, that would... Unless he like finds it realistically, like a weird kind of ASMR. Like really loud ASMR. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Alright, well, we're moving at once. Mrs. Sato, can I just ask you something? Careful. From this position, I can perform Susato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you, I will. Oh god, fucking every quarter word. The thing is, I would imagine him not just that bell going off, but he also has like 5 different alarm clocks on his desk, just going dong 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 dong, just like all different kind of discordant noise. Or perfect harmony. Probably the second one. And I could say I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, it had better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. Alright, fine. Going. London's highest criminal court with an illustrious past, the Old Bailey. I want to take my test and prove my worthiness as a lawyer. February 18th, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Oh, thank goodness we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. Oh, I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yeah, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. Please tell me the defendant is Sherlock Holmes. Where's the fool? So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This always gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. Ooh, yeah, like they just go off in order, like dun 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 dun. I don't know, just random notes, but still. An oppressive air, almost as the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Please be Sherlock Holmes, please be Sherlock Holmes. Top of the morning to you, madam. Oh no, we got a leprechaun. What the fuck is with this man's hat? What are you doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the East, are you? We're from Japan? Yes? Oh, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do you need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. The Mad Hatter's a very good guess. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards. Although Lupin being in this would also be interesting. No place to go, not indeed. Penny to your name, and all in a strange faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me stop by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? There's nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough work to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over, And yet you still couldn't buy a lawyer. Oh, absolutely. Look, that hat, it's one of two things. It's either all hair or it's all drugs. Possibly both. Could that much rain even fall in one day? You've never been to London, have you? Neither have I, but I know enough how much it rains. Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. That hit me in the eye! Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I want you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, this is a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for my good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. No, if anyone's gonna have a rabbit in a vest holding a clock, it's Strongheart. He's gonna have one for sure. Well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. I almost read that in his voice, because boy, that just got me stuck. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Mad as a Hatter? Where that comes from? I think I've heard it once, but I don't remember anymore, so no, actually I don't. Mad as a Hatter. I think that's probably a drug thing, but I don't remember. Blast and blazes! Do you not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names, who again, still can't spend his money to find anyone to represent you. Do people hate you that much? They must. Look at him. Look at the way he dresses. Of course everyone hates him. No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Just next to Hyde Park there in the centre of London is another beautiful park. Sorry? A park? What? This is called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers of the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated to the city, so I did. Okay. Wow. Yeah, no, that's not even remotely what I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was gonna have something to do with drugs. But no. Unless you count murder as a drug, which you know, a lot of people did think it would, you know, bring forth immortality. Poor dead fools. An entire park in central London? A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. To be fair, look, it sounds right. Mercury was used for a bunch of fucking shit back then and no one fucking knew what they were doing. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. Well, you're certainly queer. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. And yet people still hate you, I'm sure, for something, I don't know. But now they've the gall to say I'm a good for nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask ya? Alright, don't pass out. Take a deep breath. Mr. Naruhodo, perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Otherwise we'll never get a word in. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. With the hat, I'm going to call this man 5'10". Without the hat, I'm going to call him 5 foot even. He just looks that way. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I have to say, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to sign up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I really wasn't offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This chance of a fella claims I'm more money than the Queen. But that's true. Why the blazes can he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Questions I've been asking myself ever since I met you, sir. Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Full of potatoes? I mean, yeah, probably. Or it's as good a guess as any. Or, better yet, magic hat. Every time you take the hat off, there's something different underneath. Is there a baby? Is there another goose? Is it the potatoes or is it gold? Who knows? Well, no. A smaller hat? Yes, of course. It's a Russian nesting doll of hats. You take one big one off, it's like, oh, there's a smaller hat in there. Take that off. Oh, there's another one. It just keeps going until you get the tiniest little bowler hat. It's just kind of sitting right there at the top of his head. And then underneath that is a tiny little alfalfa. Just a little cowlick just right there. Not at all. Although, it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer? I mean... That would be the fault of the Reaper. Oh, it just magically popped. Yeah, you just take the smallest one off. And then it just magically poofs back into the big one. That would be the fault of the Reaper. I'm sorry. Did you just say Reaper? Do you mean Ripper or... Hi, the Grim Reaper at the Bailey, Lord Barak von Zeeks. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When von Zeeks sends for the prosecution, they call the accused as sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial on which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. He does in fact sound German. But also, God, Ace Attorney games just love there. They've never lost a trial in court. It's like, that's not how this fucking works. What? So it's just a desperate situation. But there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say it's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barak von Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then, or a cheating one, because that's not physically possible. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant... Wait, no, hold on. Still British. The defendant is summoned and is cancelled. Wait, no, that was super Scottish. Oh, you know what, it's fine. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial's about to begin. Scotland Yard. Jokes. His counsel. That one is counsel. Oh shit, that's me. Fuck. Oh, it's time. Okay. Probable. That's true. You did one case. That's fine. But yes, you're right. It's not probable. Because it's almost impossible that every single one of those trials was, like, the criminal, like, the defendant was actually guilty. That's not how this works. Oh, then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? I mean, you did it, dumbass. But then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? There's no accident, I can assure you of that. It's just fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. Oh, this old man needs my help. Fine, we'll help the old man. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo, the man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. Alright. Let's give Britain a show. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. Hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Yeah, first of all, you gotta have more confidence than that. Despite facing down the Grim Reaper, you have to be able to go in there and say, I will win this case. I will defeat you. I will prove this man's innocence. And I will probably sweat bullets and cry out objection a few times. The Old Bailey courtroom. Who the fuck are they? What the fuck? Oh, and no, you don't lie through your teeth in this game. You kind of coast through on a little bit of BS, but for the most part, it's all true. You kind of bullshit your way through things, but that's not the same thing. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. Centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? So different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. Oh, that wasn't a sneeze. I had a little tickle in my throat, but thank you. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes? What? Oh, yes? What? You're so stiff. Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know. I just can't help it. God, we had a fucking vampire. We're dealing with a vampire, everybody. That's how I bet it. Okay. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby decree this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Yep, definitely. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense. You better be Eastern. You speak English. No, that was way off. Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Accents are going to be all over the place, and I deeply apologize. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. That actually is Nihonjin. But, close enough. Let's rouse your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They shroud it, are you sure? I'm pretty sure I'm wearing my heart on my sleeve here. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Ugh, a cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way to the tips of my toes. No, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. Could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. No, hold on, I need to actually practice an accent for a second. Nip on these nuts! God damn it, I wish I had thought about that. Fuck you, Punisher. Yeah, accent. Alright, nope, that's a little bit too cockney. I'm quite sure you would. Nope, he's a little bit more What's a formal British? What's a formal British? Are you quite certain of this? Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, it is a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fellow is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that Axis chivalry did the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded, what a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please may we go and play in McGilded Park? It seems though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with the words. Okay. I retract my earlier statements. People don't hate this man. Thank goodness. They just fear the Reaper. Surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him.
Very well then. Excellent. Adequately put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, hold on. Want to get a bit... hold on. That's a bit of a... I imagine a bit of a deeper voice. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you. I choose 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed?
Voice hard.
Yes, my lord. If the task is to send roses to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready.
At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree.
Ha! Any criminal... Wait, no, hold on, that was way too... I need more... What's more... any criminal here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. Alright. I feel a chill.
Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on in a little. Must finish this bit for my grandson. Mr. Naruhodo, those people are...
The jury, yes.
That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only ever read about it. And according to Ace Attorney, the other Ace Attorney games, you still don't have one in the future. Congratulations, I guess? That's right. I've only ever heard about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That, I don't know, but... Oh god, they're adding in 6 new characters every trial for me to voice. Oh, that's fun. At least it's still an odd number. Technically, I don't know if that's technically how that works, because the judge only passes, like... So, if I recall correctly, a judge does not determine innocence or guilt. The judge is just there to be like this is the sentence if you are found guilty, or whatever the final or post-verdict decides, like all that stuff. The jury is the only one that votes on innocence and guilt. Yes.
Prosecutor Von Zinks. My lord. My lord? It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounce your fame.
I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. Is he just gonna be making goddamn vampire jokes this entire game?
So, what brings you back? I almost kept the Transylvanian accent for the old man. Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware?
Dramatic motherfucker. I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5... I mean, spread his wings, you know, like a bat. I don't know. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why do you have to shoot today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo.
Very well then. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. Must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry? Thrice? Thrice?
He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible.
Why was he thrice fired? The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. The dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. I mean, there's actually a lot of blood loss there, so I'm gonna say probably. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard.
Thank you, Consul. I shall accept that on hand and the photograph as evidence.
Autopsy report has been entered into the court record. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. His face is partly obscured from view by an old crooked hat. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well.
And these are? Good lord! Is that blood, Consul?
Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. Those gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested.
What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them?
To be fair, sorry, off the mic. To be fair, could be a lot of reasons why that's there. He could have been trying to stop the bleeding. You know, that's...
Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well.
None of the gloves that Finn was wearing at the time of the incident. Okay, wait, no, I've seen this before. Okay, McGilded, all you need to do is spread your fingers out and have a really tough time putting the glove on. Say that they don't fit. Clearly, they're not yours. It's fine. Clearly, they're not your gloves. They don't fit your hands. Your hands are too big for these gloves. That'll work, right? It's worked before. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started.
Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time.
Only 2?
Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. And the other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you?
Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Oh, absolutely. That man is JoJo brought into Ace Attorney. Mr. McGilded? To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it.
Are you claiming to have been asleep?
'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Listen, and so it is. I will open my eyes again. It was a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I never laid eyes on before in my life. I ask you, what good-hearted soul would have rushed out before a bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I just had to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed.
Unfortunately, our statement of the drivers is only the beginning.
What? That's not all of it? What do you mean there's more? You can't give me more.
There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed.
Wait, hold on. Quick question. If they were the only 2 in the vehicle, and it's, I imagine, an enclosed space, how were there witnesses? Ryunosuke, fix that slouch. You're gonna break your back like that.
Order, order, order.
A windowed carriage? I mean, maybe, but... It was also, remember, it was also a few minutes after 10. It would have been extremely dark.
When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused.
Is he, you know, hand pose that I can't show off on the model?
Thank you, Counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all.
Your wish is my command. Your wish. Would it be wish or wish? Those are very similar. You know, that's close enough.
Your wish is my command. Benef, bring the witnesses in at once.
He really is just JoJo. We're dealing with 3 witnesses at once? Oh, God.
Witnesses, your names and occupations.
My name is... Everyone Well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End.
Bruce fair play. I'm a banker in the city.
My name's First. Lady First. Make hats for gents. He does. The poor fellow looks like he needs, like, more coats. And this poor bastard at the end. You say you make hats. Are you perhaps an apprentice? Looks like you're having a bit of an issue there, my friend.
Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago.
Slowly getting high. Oh, absolutely.
3 days ago, a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening. All of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident.
You just said they were the only two in the... Okay, we'll get to that in a minute, I'm sure.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Alright.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir. I am going to forget every single voice every 5 minutes.
Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw.
And I get high. What the witnesses saw? It was the bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. I got me a little bit... Hold on. It was... Hold on. Hot man, kind of scrawny. So a little bit higher pitched, but also a little bit too Irish, a little bit too much McGilded. Much more British accent. Oh, no, I shan't. I remember Wilfred a bit from Doctor Who. It was last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember. No, wait, he was kind of Scottish, wasn't he? Wrong. No, he would be more Cockney. He would be a little bit more formal. Beppo might be. Like, crap, I don't know enough about the different dialects. Shit. Maybe if I start with the accent first and then go into voice. Last bus in the evening, so I had a few a bit. I'm trying to do a bit. Well, hold on. Let's see if I can remember how to do. Oh, well. Oh, yeah, there it is. Adding a little bit more breadth to it. It was the last bus of the evening. So I had a few customers. I remember it well. Where's Kate when I need her to be voice director? Anyways. Hold on. I'm trying to remember how to do a weekend old man now. Oh, God. Oh, yes. Oh, there we go. Or is this a bit too breathy? It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. And out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. Oh, that's right. You stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Oh,
Unambiguous testimony, I must say.
exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Yes, counsel.
Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly... Wait, no, hold on. Now I lost his fucking voice. God damn it. As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. Unless... okay.
Oh, Gwent. I read that civilization in Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself, and are you really so ignorant about their omnibuses?
Shit. Huh?
Tell me, my Nipponese friend, it's Nihonjin? Have you ever even traveled in an omnibus?
I've been here for 3 hours.
Well, no, we only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is.
What? What do you mean? The actual scene? How?
The carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which his bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Why is it... okay. Here? What? I called to the stand the omnibus in which the murder took place. To the stand? The entire carriage? Bailiff. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, what the fuck? How did we get this in here? The shit? So that's the omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses. It can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside in the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. A skylight? Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats of the omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. Ah, that makes perfect sense. Well, Consul, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well then. I see no reason why not. The omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. Wow, that is quite the large piece of evidence. I mean, it makes sense. It's an object. It's fine. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene and it is evidence. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I can help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Well, let's do that right now. Let us continue with proceedings, then. Your cross-examination, Counsel. But first, let me look at these specifically. Name, thrice-fired mason, age 54, brickmaker. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus, died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. What are the odds that late... Wait, he's missing a button. That's it. Oh, I would call that interesting, but his entire hat is kind of a mess. Everything about his suit looks like a mess, so it might not actually mean anything. What else we got? This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? It does. See, that's what I was thinking. That's the word I was trying to think of. The hat looks similar to one that Lay would have made. Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Pity. If only had been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Oh, unfortunately, there's not much else interesting on here. It is, however, I will say this. The blood is in an interesting spot. Because, okay, so like, if he was holding a knife, it certainly would not be blood there in that crook between the finger and the the index finger and the thumb. If it splattered anywhere, it would end up on the pinky. Or on the opposite glove, where if your hand was holding the body while you did the stabbing with the other hand, then the blood should be on this glove, not this one. That's what doesn't make sense.
But this glove does make sense if he was pressing the wound with his dominant hand, which is, you know, what he said he was doing. So, a moment. Okay. Let me know if there's any like weird static on the microphone or anything, because I'm paranoid. But anyways, but even then, like that, because of where, let's keep in mind where that is. So down here, there's also not any smudges of the blood from where his hand would touch it, but except for that. But yeah, I guess it makes sense that it would be there if he put his hand like under the knife. If he pressed up against the wound, that's where blood would pool, I think. That's where the blood could have been. A counter to where the blood could have been on the stabbing? Yeah. Yeah, no, I just don't think the blood would be there if you stabbed it, because, like, I guess it does kind of depend on how you're holding it. If you plunge it, holding it, hilt, like, along the, well, yeah, it depends on how you're holding it. If you're holding it, like, if you make a fist and hold it out with your thumb on top, if you're holding the knife so that it's pointed up, then yes, I would imagine it to be on the index finger. But if you're holding it like to where the blade is pointed down, which is very hard to describe, then it would be on the index. I guess that's what I'm thinking, is holding it reverse style would be what I'm thinking. That's a good point. That said, its placement, its pooling here, still doesn't necessarily make sense because there's no blood on the handle. Like, blood would, like, especially because if he was sitting down, it wouldn't, even if he stabbed him like that, it doesn't look like it went out that far, and it wouldn't have, of course, because, you know, it would have mostly just soaked into the blood, into the shirt, because he was not shirtless. But yeah, there's no blood on the knife itself, which means he could not have been holding the knife while his hand was, unless he, like, stabbed him and then pressed his hand against his gut for whatever reason. No, you're right, that's fair. But yeah, so regardless, like, if he's right-handed, there should have been blood on this handle, but there's not. Now, let's take a look here. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Ugh, a scene of a murder. It's horrible. Alright. Nothing over here. The seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. And only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she would have to be seated in here. A woman in kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? Yeah, but they fucking look good. I think it's all part of the same seat. What's this? Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower? It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Style over comfort, absolutely. That's blood that soaks into the seat. The victims, obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Shit, the light was on inside, fuck. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description, so I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin at least. blah, blah. Okay, moving on. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's step back outside then. Take a look from up here. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. So here's a very important question. Where were the witnesses sitting? Were they in the front or were they in the back? Because if they were up front, obviously we're in trouble. But wait, also, didn't Beppo say that he turned around and saw the whole thing for himself? How would he have done that? If he's up here, he can't look down there. So that's a weird point we'll go over later. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, it must be a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so? I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being drowned around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Okay, that I was not expecting. That's funny. I like that. That's good. It doesn't appear to be anything else of noteworthy, though. Alright. We've gathered whatever information we can for now. But I don't expect this Nipponese trade to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Alright. First cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus! Let's find those lies. Cross-examine. What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing them were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accusers reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. Oh, that's right. You stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus and then I saw it too. Alright, so when it happened, the only two people in the enclosed cabin area were the victim and the defendant. And, so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend to the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. Ugh, what am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGilded really innocent? Or could it be... Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to those witness statements again. A little bit more carefully this time. Alright, I'm gonna start pressing people. Last boss. Next to each other. Let's press that, just to get a little bit more information. You actually saw the exact moment it happened. Didn't already testify? Oh, right, I forgot I can do that. I forgot I can look at people. Didn't already testify to that. Not a fair don't think I'm hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Oh, that's no good. I really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord. Judge number 3. What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. You kinda look like it yourself, you dumbass. But we'll get to that. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that is a leprechaun of a... someone else called him a leprechaun. Great. And that little leprechaun of a man is not. Oh, God damn it! I'm stuck on the Irish. Fuck. Well, I mean it's a little bit cockney. And that little leprechaun. Maybe this is British. I don't know. Maybe I don't know accents well enough. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, you can't fool me. What the fuck just happened? There's no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jurors, my duty is to set a good example to my fellow jurors. That is... oh, fuck. This is bad. What is happening here? Sato? Let me see. Yes, it seems to have the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case. One by one, they each cast a ballot of fire to the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Ugh, I'm even more worried than I was before. This trial could end at any moment.
Very well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
This is a nightmare. Oh, that's right. He stabbed him. I screamed I did. I couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I saw my bus and then I saw it. This is what I mean now. What exactly did you see? Oh, wait, hold on. Well, sir, that would weekend. Well, sir, I would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. Sorry, just looking at everyone else. And by the passenger, obviously, you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brick maker. And the hold on. Grab me a little bit of water. Oh, higher pitched. Oh, he can do it, man. He can do it, man. Oh, shit. And the other passenger had that knife in his hand, like this. Oh, did you see that? I was right. He was holding it, blade down. By the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGill did. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? Okay, but again, how did you... Fucking shit. I should have pressed there. How did you see it from there? My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption.
Juror number 2, go on.
Mr. McGill is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime.
Lost her voice a little.
Hold it. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion that we're not done yet. We ain't fucking done. I barely had a chance to retaliate. That's a problem. That looks like that. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. But we've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose we'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't get some hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... Alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. Alright, so when it happened, the only two people saw me. They keep telling me to press for information. We're sitting next to each other inside the bus. Three, I did that one. Try to press that one. Fuck, I don't know. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes, ever so cold. It was freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though, no? And there were no other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted, for example. You're quite right about that, sir. No other passengers like that, no, none? So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then? I have to say, boss insists on it running he does every evening the last of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile, yes? I'm sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well... oh, it can not, man. Ah, god damn it, this voice is gonna be... This one voice, I don't know why this one voice is killing me so much. Well, with it being so cold and everything, only making 20 pence on the run, you see. As I spend that much on the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again.
Hold it!
Were they sitting next to each other? And you saw them through the skylight and the roof of the carriage? Excuse me. That's right. We sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. Okay, so he's in the back. Shit. Well, there's a lamp on the side at the pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Couldn't exactly... Well, there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGill did. Hold on. But if you look there, very clearly, this man ain't got gloves. He ain't got gloves on. Also, the suit's nowhere near as opulent. Hold on. Observe. Look at this man. Look what the hell this man's wearing. Look at his fucking head. His hat would not fit in that goddamn carriage. Lord Chief Judge. I also forgot to look at these earlier. The appointment of lawyers is thoroughly intimidating. Defendant. He is incredibly wealthy for a wonderful reputation. I'll defend him. Prosecutor knows the Reaper. Supposedly the souls are eternally damned. Victim. A skilled poor brickmaker who lives in the East End. Driver of the omnibus. He's an eyewitness to the incident. A gentleman who works as a city banker who witnessed the incident from the scene on the roof. And oh, he is an apprentice. Hey, I was right. Milliner who witnessed the incident from his scene on the roof deck of the omnibus. Okay. But yeah, just looking at his outfit, I highly doubt that's him. Because McGilded is a short man with a giant hat and a very opulent dress. How can you be so sure? Well, I'll put it politely. Mr. McGill is a gentleman of rather small stature. Couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Shit. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGill did. But I still hold true that the glove situation, the man wasn't wearing gloves. There's no room for doubts here. There's always room for doubt, my dude. Ugh, I really wish there was. I saw that.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say. And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow who I was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absentmindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly. That huge great knife.
A grim sight indeed.
Didn't help me at all. Well, I have pressed every statement. The jury looked like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. It appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions.
Mr. First.
Yes, sir.
Is this the knife you saw?
Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that?
Yes, Consul. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart.
The fuck did I say? This fucking vampire can't fucking ignore his fucking vampire tendencies. He's plainly just out here like, I'm a vampire. Listen to me, vamp.
That is a blade of considerable size, Consul.
It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. What?
The letter M, which seems oddly familiar.
Yes, get him some red wine and just complete the look. Alright, dude, there are 26 letters in the alphabet. You're looking at one letter. You're looking at, but no, that's against this case. You're looking at one letter. Do you know how common it is for people to have that name, have a name that starts with M? Even a last name. I have a last name that starts with M. Fucking my knife over there. Ugh, please, no.
M for Magnus, perhaps? Or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick.
Yeah, it could also mean... Yep, it could also mean Mason. You're right, Punisher. It could mean Mason. It could be... Oh, we don't know anyone else with that name here, do we? We can't just come up with names. It could mean Mikotoba. It could mean Male. Mason. Yeah, it could have been Mason's knife. Could have been his. It's very loose. Like, if it was MM, that'd be a little bit more to be like Magnus McGilded, but
it seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Oop. But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes. Like in Mason.
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. He has a deeper voice, and we know that from the objection he just gave. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused.
Why not ask him?
Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Consul.
My lord, I wish to speak. Probably Magpie by like maybe a young sweetheart, but only by the one. The lost young sweetheart that we never saw. This also could just be a W. Are you out of your mind? This could easily also just be a W. Look at that. An ornate letter M. Undeniably, Mr. Undeniably? Shut the fuck up. And it's beautifully gilded too. It must be very valuable, I should think. What is it? Oh, right, yeah. Maya, I have words for you. I'm going to need you up on the witness stand here soon. Where were you on the night of the 15th? Back in whatever 1800 year this is. Or 1900. Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. A W? Yes. This is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. 18XX, you know, that's pretty accurate. I'm afraid I don't know it all. But what I am sure of is that this is an M. Oh, well, that idea was quickly quashed. I don't know, I think it could still be a W. I mean, it is almost certainly an M. based on the fancifulness, but still. Wrong button. That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry. Yes, I just don't really like blades. Oh, those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade. That's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Oof. Oof. Oof, that looks bad. And also very pretty. I like this. Ugh, looks a lot like blood. It surely is blood. The victims. Ugh, an Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Did you think that it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. Yeah, I know. Because of the way it... You're right. I mean, still, a lot of people have EMs. You never know. But you're right, it is most definitely a W. Alright, well, that taught us nothing. My lord, I wish to speak. Juror number 5. I take it that you too. Oh, did you notice something that I didn't, Punisher? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed on one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. Wouldn't it be right to make a decision before hearing on the facts, though? I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. Was it a coat of arms? Let's see. Oh yeah, right here. That's true. Here on the hilt, that could very well. If we can tie that into someone. Or at least it's potentially, yeah. It certainly has the potential to be a coat of arms, you're right. We'll keep that in mind if a horse-looking symbol comes up again. Let's keep it open mind. Gee up now, Silverblaze. This finish isn't sight. I think I lost his voice there, part. Well, we've still got one last juror who hasn't voted. Oof. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. Ugh, this is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Everyone but the old lady. Oh. Madam Journalist. Hold on, we're not done yet here. You can't be propositioning the jurors. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear. What can I do for you? You've heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, why you get to pronounce your meaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day, sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. The Gilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on his face, as he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have hit in him to take another man's life. He is always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that shouldn't stop someone, surely. Mother, when we go to the McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books? Oh, wait, no, hold on, I lost it. How many Londoners with their heads in clouds? Do you people not know what kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of a man he is? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? I mean, he's about to make a really good point here. Your client is a Shylock, sir. Wait, no, hold on. And the one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the cross!
McGill his money at extraordinary rates of interest, so his victims have no hopes of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has the thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London entirely not have a carriage of its own? Carriage of his own? I don't know. Maybe he likes help taking the public transportation. What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? Okay, that's also not evidence. This is purely conjecture at this point. You're not saying that. The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed, the final repayment date for his dates was whatever words. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he had taken from him, his life. Why would a creditor... That's always the thing that also comes up in like mob movies and stuff. Why would the creditor want to kill a client? They can't make more money from them that way. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it. Susano? If I might add something briefly. Miss Susano? You claimed that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where is the evidence to support your claim? Oh, hey look, there it is. He's got his... Yep, nope, that's, yeah, we're just gonna call that wine and move on. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice in the court of law. Oh. Look, the wine was just sitting underneath the bench the whole time. He was just waiting to pull it out. There it is, Lord Van Zyke's hollow chalice.
How can this be considered acceptable?
But I find myself in an unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself.
As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job.
What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside.
Oh.
Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous test, Consul. I will gladly accept this new evidence.
Ah, shit.
Oh yes, 20 guineas. The victim owned a considerable sum.
Let's take a look at it for ourselves, because crap. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside?
Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it?
Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholm's name inside. You don't know that. Let's take a look.
Well, let's see what we can find.
Oh dear lord, I can't read this scribble. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it?
Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off.
Ah, goodness. What is it? Look at this. Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Does that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually.
You're a fucking idiot.
Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here?
He borrowed 20 guineas, didn't he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching.
It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course. But this could be very useful information. We at least have a reason as to why Bruce Fairplay might be lying. Details of the debtor's ledger have been updated. Anyone else in here? Was that the only name we found? I guess because we're about to talk about.
That's 20 guineas. And the accused may quite certainly have ample recompense.
Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes.
Regrettably, madam, not as the modus operandi of the accused.
And it's such a pretty little pug, too. What a scoundrel.
Hold on! Oh, shit, that's all 6.
Still. Maybe it's all for the best.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before.
I don't stand for nonsense.
Ah, crap. Huh. That looks like a problem.
Is that the end? That was it?
Last juror's decision.
Please tell me there's something in that magic book of yours to help us get out of this mess. According to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here.
The final verdict?
It's over then. Oh! There's a footnote, though.
A footnote?
However, the defense...
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case.
Susato, you better talk fast.
Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections.
That's it. Ryunosuke, object! Object to something! Mr. Sato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in the Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court's proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. A what? Summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination, from which century has that tome you have been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck.
Oh. What even is it, Mr. Sato? The so-called summation examination. I am 100% certain that the judge is going to be like,
summation examination. Oh, while not technically practiced much anymore, it is actually still allowed.
What?
What are you talking about? It was never taken out of the rule books.
Oh, shit. Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it.
You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails.
Look, when you're desperate, you kind of take all the chances you got.
Typical Nipponese.
Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what, exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions? That sounds reasonable.
Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination and to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert that his right to try in this day and age.
Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's like, I assume that maybe this man like isn't the direct cause of it, but boy is he probably one of the causes. Or at least, you know, prosecutors like him. It's like it became pointless because of people like you. You know, who are win at all cost. Destroy your enemy completely, no matter what you have to do. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? A summation examination. Our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out, or admit defeat? Look, we ain't got any other choices, okay? But the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
You can't object to this. London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
You're a vampire. You should remain buried. But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial.
The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination.
I fucking hate saying those words. Terrible words in a row. This is madness.
Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready?
Eh? I'm not, what was his voice? There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so...
All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached the decision.
Oh, grounds!
You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty.
Well, my lord, they're putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. Gruff Scott? Oh yeah, yeah, fair enough. I guess that works. Oh yeah, there it is. That kind of works. I had the memory of a goldfish. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. Oh god, they've all been told to vote guilty, and now they're like, oh, we don't actually have grounds for this. Really, some of them, I don't really hold with all this justifying luck. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then, a summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for, to turn this trial around.
So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime.
Alright. Judicial findings. Ah, crap. The jurors' contentions. Well, there's no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers, with fares totaling 20 pence. I stuck the chopper next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. Okay, nope. We already know that that's wrong. I have simply typed and collected all the statements made thus far and drawn a logical conclusion.
You can trust the guild. Their fares is normal too. We haven't raised prices for above 4 pence for years.
Okay, look. If it's 4 pence, and there's 4 of them, that's only 16 pence, not 20. Thank you, math, for being the solution to all of our problems. The scoundrel, stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. You know what beggars belief? Your faulty memory, ma'am. Alright. I'm trying to push for this now. Look. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll throw everything I can at them. Use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become.
Then what on earth am I supposed to do?
Oh, dear. I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo.
Alright, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work, then?
You really... Okay, look. Susato, put the book on the bench. Just leave it there. You're gonna need it. Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments.
What do you mean?
Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a unified front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together.
Good. I already know how to use multiple people's words against them. I've already figured it out. Cool.
And that's the way to break them down. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other.
I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination.
Oh, yes, I suppose you're right.
Find contradictions in their statements, and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off! Gonna resolve proceedings, Counsel. I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord.
Wow, an actual time when we're standing in front of the jury. Huh. An Ace Attorney game. What a miracle.
There was no announcement. Oh, right. So it has to be him. Has excellent memory.
Hold it!
Does his ability to recall his takings that night really tell how trustworthy the man is?
I manage all his lordship's cash affairs, so I'm very peculiar when it comes to accounts.
I see.
A single penny can mean the difference between life and death after all, can't it? That's a saying in your country? The point is, a man who minds his figures is a man you can trust. Those of us in service would swear to that, sir.
Does that bench really need any more polishing?
So the good driver says they saw Mr. McGill in the act, then I don't doubt him. The only task left to do today is disposing of the rubbish. Now wait a minute. One of the other juries mentioned something about money, I think. Now would be a very good time to listen carefully to the juror statements again.
Alright, I'm gonna skip pressing them because we don't need to do that. Suppose by pitting them against each other, yes. Let's see if I can do just that. Because I don't need you. Pit. There it is.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. They do. Explain yourself, Compton.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
I swear on several blazes men in my name, I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right, I have these precise details that meet me here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence.
Odd it is. Fair and convenient single price. Just the way London's carriages should be operated.
But that doesn't add up at all. Or multiply at all, you should say. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts.
Oh man, what?
Where is your simple math skills? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the math multiplication, that's... it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare.
1 person's fare?
Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about.
Oh, good gracious! This can't be right. A coachman of the guild, a good, honest man, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword.
The figures of your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus.
Alright then, how do I make sure this miserable trial doesn't end, huh?
Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of this, on the innocent side of the set of scales.
Now hold your horses there, coachman. We're all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on... No, other way around. Got my hands on you, Beppo.
Most people have very similar voices. It's hard for me to distinguish them.
Oh, this is all very irritating. So very irritating.
Begging your pardon, sir, I'm going to do the same.
It's time to tip the scales.
Get all firing them up in here.
For the love of Mike, not you as well.
A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Oh, really?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it! If we can manage to change just 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more. Actually, there's something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. And that's where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show them more contradiction in their assertions. Exactly! You can do it! Are you reading my mind?
Oh, the scales of justice have shifted. They still well heavily on the side of guilt. Johnson, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination.
Okay, so I don't need you anymore.
Careful, you could hurt somebody with that. You're a fine one to talk. Why did that sword hang from your waist?
No, that's my battered soul. Well, anyway, I despise anyone with too much money. They're all the same. I'll start with some brickmaker or other behind the scenes, you mark my words. That seems very unlikely, doesn't it? Are you mad, man? We know that small shorty is a rotten Sherlock. Yes, that does seem to be the case, but... Mr. Naruhodo, please, be careful what you say. This has been trying to squeeze money out of us less fortunate, as far as I'm concerned.
He's as guilty as sin. The man can hang. The man can hang.
Come to think of it, didn't one of the other jurors have something to say about the defendant's underhanded activities? If you've thought of something, Mr. Naruhodo, don't let it go. Test your theory. Pit the 2 jurors whose statements seem to be contradictory against each other. Now tell like the president to use X to pit them against each other, or I'll never get anywhere. Draw the logical conclusion. We've already done you. Poor man on the floor. Beckons belief. I really think you stop waving that needle around. You heard what the good coachman said before, didn't you? That hideous man said the poor fellow, just like this. Yes, that is what he said. You're right. The Gilded Park is such a lovely little place too. I've always enjoyed resting my legs there. I get on with my knitting. And I thought that anyone who donated such a delightful place must be a fine fellow indeed. I suppose I was wrong. Whoever would have thought he was a miserable, murdering moneylender without a scrap of remorse? Oh, help. She sure shouldn't be that he's guilty now. The old lady certainly seems to know her mind, doesn't she? So... 2 jurors with contradictory statements and pit them against each other. Which is much easier said than done. Is that perhaps what you were just thinking? How did you know? I think she's starting to learn how to read your mind. Well, I took the liberty of doing some research in case you happen to find yourself in just such a situation. So I reach you when I find out. It's a little long, I'm afraid.
Sure, let's do it.
Very well. Listen to this. During the summation examination, you will hear the assertions of the 6 members. The counsel for the defense to use pit. Having done so, you'll be able to compare the chosen assertion. The corresponding buttons from the assertions. Cannot choose the assertion of the juror you initially selected. Assertions of the jurors who have changed their leaning to not guilty already. Once you compare the various jurors' assertions, work out which two contradict each other. Then pit them with X, okay? C. She wasn't joking when she said it was long. The first step is to listen very carefully to what each of them says. I'm sure you'll start to see which ones might not quite agree with each other. Alright then. Let's get this right now, so I never have to listen to that long and boring explanation again. That's the spirit. Alright. No one else cares at the time. We're just gonna try it. These two statements are completely contradictory.
What? Explain, Consul, post haste.
Oh, do you hear me? I was only to sink a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness. They allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see that I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Huh, want to test me, do ya? It was like this. Stuck the fellow right next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim banker said.
Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. What, true?
Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, dear. As far as I understand it. It was like this. You stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Now don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions.
What? Bless my stitches. What a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth.
Oh, but why? Why the dickens would they lie?
I don't know yet. But what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience?
Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. Because it's definitely obvious that one of them certainly is, and we can assume it's probably the banker. So, here's what I'm thinking. The banker did see the actual murder stabbing. I wonder, and then what the coachman saw, I have a feeling they're actually not both lying, but what the banker might be lying about is that it was definitely Mr. McGilded. But what the banker might have seen is the knife coming out, no, because they took a picture of him, and see, so he was never on the floor, so the coachman just, who the fuck knows? The scales.
I don't believe it. Wait. Now hear this, my fellow judges. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious. He's in sorcery. He's a magic on us all.
Wow. Rude and racist. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this?
Answer me this, Doc Jinx.
Ooh, I love that nickname. I hope that nickname sticks. That's a fucking awesome nickname.
Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say that Sherlock did stop the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus. And this young Dan descended.
And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and the Sherlock stabbed him again. And this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, huh? Who are you calling a dandy, sir? I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. Ugh, they're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman and the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? No, no, no. How do I know? How do I know? I have evidence. I have evidence. 1. He was stabbed once. He was not stabbed more than that. He was stabbed the one time and the one time only. These fools. It is out of the question. Especially because also, unfortunately, Mr. Foreman, we also know that he was never on the floor. At no point was he on the floor. What are the doctrines? Come on out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, ma? How could it possibly say that? You do realize I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jail, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I said the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. I mean, I've got like multiple things. Oh, and no, the autopsy report just straight up says single stab, so. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by the autopsy report itself.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Alright, I can see defeat. What? Oh, is that easy? Alright. Wait, that means 4 jurors are all leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. Well, we haven't won. We're continuing to the next step. What are you playing at, you thunder fool? Oh my goodness, his voice. That's not good. That's really bad for my throat. Oh no. Such your trap, sir. No one sees me. Oh, I had a consensus. I said set your trap. I know a lie when I see one. Some brandy. Oh, yeah, let me go. Oh, I don't have any alcohol. I have water. And that's bad. I ain't got much. I should get throat coat. I wonder if I can get throat coat at Walmart. Probably not. I'll have to Google. No lie when I see one. Another chap ever did across the threshold of my shop. I'll take this razor sharp blade. Shave every last hair off his head. On the one hand, vodka? A vodka definitely has. I definitely have vodka, that's for sure. Oh god. I'm gonna stop staring at this man. Hurts my soul. I really hope that knife is. I really hope that knife is poisoned. Please tell me he's a barber.
Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defendant's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate.
See, okay, 100%. I was looking at that knife. I'm like, nope. It's just not the same. It's a little bit too simple. It's not the same. It's not quite ornate enough. It was wood. It was made of wood.
And the trial must continue.
Whew.
I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to assert the truth. So, Lord Van Zyx, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Isn't that?
I'm glad that he was silent through that whole thing. Made it more difficult. Oh, I was about. Doesn't that hurt? Did you not just cut your hand? I'm savor the rich aroma of the calm and contents of this hallowed chalice. It may seem crass to crush it dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zyx?
Is it cold in here or is it just me? I think it's him, actually.
There ain't quite a tone that says the prosecution may not speak during a submission examination.
Oh, thank God.
So I honor the deathly silence and listen to the charade.
It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Way to insult the people that you want on your side.
Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle.
Oh, shit, he took off his cloak. Bring forth our witnesses once more. Witnesses, I trust you with the submission examination we have just had to endure. Endure? Fuck you, I pointed out some very important contradictions there.
Just as I did, sir.
Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir, I heard it.
You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo?
Yes, sir. My lord, sir.
If it transpires as your previous testimony you are attempting to veil the presence...
Wait, no, hold on. What the fuck did I just do?
You are attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus. You will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to keep that in mind, sir.
Yay, perjury. Someone finally fucking said it. Thank you, dear God. Oh, mio Dio.
Now then, witnesses. I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Do I make myself clear?
I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it. But,
I for once told I had to pay 5 pence for the boss.
He filled us on the fare, he did. Then I saw that blood curdling sats as well. It was all too much.
I tell you, I saw McGill stop the old man. Everything I said before stands.
Oh, yes, he stabbed him, yes, he did. I think so, yes. Fucking goddamn it. Okay, so, that clears up the problem of where the extra 4 pence came from. Unless he's lying again, which is possible.
Counsel, please make sense of this for me, please.
The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. Well, my learned Eastern friend never existed. There it is, I lost the voice. The confusion that arisen from the coachman's sly little cozinage.
Beppo, explain yourself.
I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster.
And Guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging your passengers by a penny a fare?
It's so cold. And the last run of the day is always half empty.
You have been dishonest, coachman.
Sorry?
You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace. The selfish action that brought dishonor on the entire guild.
If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures.
Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please.
We've already had the pleasure of protracted examination today. So you intend to continue the bar games. I fucking hate you. I hate all the prosecutors of all of these Ace Attorney games. They all suck. They're all assholes. And they're all just like, I'm doing my job. I'm trying to find out the truth and make sure that an innocent man doesn't get killed. So fuck your ass. Goddamn racist motherfucking vampire like an asshole. Absolutely. Whatever. It's like, dear God, I hate you. Alright. I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it. But, I for one was told that for the bus. We already know all this. He fills us on the fair. He did. Okay, so the only thing I mainly want to press that I saw is this one. Because he said, I think so, yes. Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor, and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose I might have, yes, put the cart before the horse. Yes, maybe.
What's this?
Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream on the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. And then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes. And the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all? I really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay?
Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. You didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh?
Are you asking me or telling me? The horse did it. The horse! Of course it was the horse. Fairplay. Where? You make a good point. What was that he was biting on? I was just immediately into the pressing that. I didn't think about getting flustered. Maybe I would extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Did he just happen to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Some days are like that. Well, I suppose some days are like that. Sooner or later, you'll see something you wish you hadn't. If you're always peering through your skylight on the top of an omnibus. Oh, it was his cane, that's what it was.
Peeping! I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it clear as a battle right there. It was a grim scene, Alan, I'm telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw.
Oh, I can do that, alright. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands that that butcher stabbed the man? Okay, look, we know for a fact they weren't blood-soaked. Blood-soaked? Well, perhaps soaked is then is only thick, but anyway, There was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And there we have it. And you saw that from the roof, through the skylight? Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there's a lamp on inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. The baker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it. When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruhodo, that's when you should have a good look through the court record. I already know I'm going to have to present the glove because it's down on the Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow we managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe. But we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. Yes, you're so right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among those witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason. Okay.
Hold it!
Do I need to press this? We've already seen this. So, there are only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4-pence fare. Is that right? It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. I was so cold, and it was all I could do to stop myself passing out. I'm getting chilblains just listening to you. It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger on the omnibus that night, then we would have had another suspect. Something he knows. That was...
Hold it!
Does that mean everyone on board that... Oh! That's a good question. Does that mean that everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. And I just told you that I did. A flat fare of 5 pence across the board. Ugh, it's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead and buried. I've been happy if that ever existed in the first place.
Hold it!
This blood-curdling sight. You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir.
A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of the man the moment his life is taken.
Well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed.
Good gracious, really?
We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gentleman next to me take a shot and take a breath. See, that's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible sight, that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming when I'm eating. What about the dandies? I said before, Stans.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGill did, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him? That's what I said, isn't it? It was probably before this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there's only the 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a 5th passenger, but as yet, zero evidence. And what are we wasting all this time for, eh? In black and white, a man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just charged with me. I wish I could work out what it was. We already saw that. Go ahead and present on this because fuck you. Blood-soaked hands? Well, I'll admit I sucked my landed on the thick bar. And anyway, there's definite blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Yes, right. And there certainly doesn't appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there, but, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. But, no, I can't be right. So you're the lighter here, then? Stop chewing on your cane. That can't be good for your teeth. Or the metal. Oh, yeah, I don't know if you saw that earlier poster. He does have a... That's right. That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. It appears to be made of wood, though. If it's gonna bend like that. Very pliable wood. Or he's got really strong teeth. Holy shit. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say they saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it was in both hands. There was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I was to the bankers for Pierre's sake. My wish should be the gold standard. A gentleman, not some gut snap. I'm starting members of society, don't provocate. What? You claim to have no reason to lie. Was that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. No, I've got it. My lord.
Yes, counsel?
The defense is ready to present evidence.
But Jove, are you sure?
Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony.
Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrated a motive for the witness's alleged destruction of the... Fucking god damn it, I was doing so well. But oh well.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded.
Yes, a list of innocent victims, crippled by the accused's extortion.
The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
Oops. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused?
No.
Well, it's better with being called a debt.
According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say?
Well, what of it?
Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case?
These documents state that a loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist.
Cease to exist? After all, there's nowhere else for that money to go. Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant. Wow, holy shit, 1 second. Let's think about this for a moment. This motherfucker here, if he's lying to the court, which is perjury, by the way, it's its own crime, federal offense, lying to the court about what he saw in order to get out of a debt, right? Oh, but how is he gonna get out of debt? Oh, well, Mr. McGill's gonna be, he's gonna be arrested. Yeah, but he's not going to jail. Bruce Fairplay was willing to kill a man, indirectly, perhaps, but kill a man, and let another murderer run free, all to annul his own debt. What a scumbag. Grab that cane, take it for myself. Looks nice. Actually, no, wait, I don't want to heat shoes on that shit. I'll beat him over the head with it, then we'll move on. Well, he'll survive, it's fine.
Order, order, order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
Yes, my lord.
Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you, or did you not, see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim?
Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGillet's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. Ugh. So you keep saying. What you got? I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. First.
Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. There's the evidence of our fifth passenger. Hell yeah. What? This is what I was thinking. What if he wasn't lying about seeing the blood on both hands? But there's an easy explanation for that. There was someone else in that carriage. Oh wait, hold on. I didn't actually read that last sentence.
It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I'd like to know precisely what you did and did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I might have finally have a chance to turn things around here.
There's blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream.
Anyway, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated.
I apologize. Well, no, that was way off. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there's no one else inside that carriage. No, hold on, fucking goddamn it. That's all this. There's no one else inside that carriage. No, fucking god, I lost it. It's gone. It left my brain. There's all this there. One time we're covered in blood. How much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it? That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case.
Very well. On cross-examination, please, Consul.
Look, here's the thing. From where they're sitting, they would not have been able to see McGillid, like, facing those two from his side of the coach. Or carriage. They just wouldn't. That's what's important here. Cross-examination.
There was blood on both hands this year.
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record.
Oh, well, that's sir. But nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. Man of blood on both his hands.
He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw. But why?
Your reasoning is dire. 102. The sentient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the victim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the charge transpired, if that matters. But the attacker's hands with blood on them.
You definitely saw that too. Blood on both hands. Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGilder's gloves has any signs of blood on it.
That's right.
The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilder sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir, and I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark colored stain on the leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see.
I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilder's hands.
There wasn't blood on his hands? No, this is not puzzling. There was a fifth person and no one's fucking saying it. Because they couldn't see Mr. McGilded, and the stupid coachman didn't take their money. Or didn't know they were on board. I don't know which is worse. This must be significant somehow. I'm sure of it. There was someone else on board. I didn't actually see anything myself. Not until I heard that scream.
Hold it!
Nope, this is where it's important. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skyline, the roof of the omnibus?
That's right. It was fierce cold that night, but the glass was frosted. It wasn't frosted over.
Yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter.
Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this, young fella, but I couldn't enter the cabin.
Oh? Why not?
It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door.
It was locked.
That's right. And it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play.
Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gents inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below.
Well, I can assure you I wasn't looking down. I was glaring, long and hard. That's precisely what I can tell you with absolute confidence. That if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed.
Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? Nope. There's a couple of seats missing. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the roof of in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you.
What?
By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of this incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demands. You will identify the area on this cross-examination plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that the potential extra passenger could have been situated? I mean, to be pretty obvious.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visual part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Oh. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Ugh.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity.
I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you are able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude.
Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I mean, I have an idea. I think that that person was Mr. McGilded. I'm pretty sure it was. The person out of sight was McGilded himself. I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. Where did you get the second glass?
You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations.
A toast to our lessons not yet learned. Bought a set? Yeah, that's fair. You can't just buy one glass. It comes in a package of multiples, although I have a feeling he's going to break a lot of those throughout the course of the game.
Well, it is not today, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat.
This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was
Take that!
Mr. McGilded himself. The passenger in the closed cabin that I failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded?
What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Yes. Yes, it is. That's kind of the point.
Objection!
What the fuck? What? You are lucky that didn't hit the fire and cause a big boom.
If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord von Zykes.
People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own, but I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say, Zykes? Let me explain in terms even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. I hate voicing this guy. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It is the very premise on which this case is built. Exactly. Which is why McGilded is innocent.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong.
What?
If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way.
What inconsistency, counsel?
The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance.
Yes, their testimony remains unchanged.
Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailants. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night. A third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Because again, Ace Attorney games are... We don't care about you proving your client is innocent. You need to do that and find the real murderer. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I just did my job. Extraordinary. Order, order, order. What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yeah. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them though. Yes, that's right. Both chins were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to know such things, sir. And what particular style of hats did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. Did you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. I think I lost his voice. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGildy, would undoubtedly have offered to dispose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. But the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. He was asleep at the time, bitch! Fuck you! He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable Mr. McGilder would have been unaware of it. Order! There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilder, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? Seriously, on what grounds? As a suspect, he has already made the full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? But also, he already said he was asleep. Magnus McGildy is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man had been withholding information, you can be sure it would have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord. I need his testimony. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilda to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, and it is time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilden has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. Well, something needs doing to get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. I object. On what grounds? It really hurts my case. Isn't that an actual quote from one of the earlier Ace Attorney games? I think it is. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Things are heating up here. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. From a movie? It sounds so familiar, I just don't know if it's a meme or a real quote from something. Because it definitely sounds like a meme that someone would have made about Ace Attorney. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. There are two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. Out of legally bond? Maybe. Possibly.
The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin, as proposed by the defense.
So, okay, here's something I remember as well from his testimony at the beginning of the trial. So Mr. McGilded said a couple of things. He said, one, I have no idea, now I'm lost. One of you can Google that for me. But anyways, at the beginning of the trial, he said two things. One, that he falls asleep, like, immediately on those carriage rides, because it's just so relaxing and soothing with the swing and motion, blah, blah, blah. Two, when he opened his eyes, he saw a man that he had never seen before, which means he fell asleep before Mason got on the carriage. And presumably before whoever this third party is.
Is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police?
Very good, no. It is not my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Did I tell you all to keep my mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger.
It's true.
Aye, it was me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. Urchin? You... What? Okay, that doesn't sound good. No, Magnus McGilded, a convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, sir, I am Lord Von Zykes. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said not knowing I was taking in my place. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you.
Which was?
Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm not in any way involved, you see.
What?
If the police had known the wee one was there, I'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into the hair courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord.
And who was this young child of whom you speak?
That, I don't know.
You don't know?
Aye, well, only thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court.
But there's something kind of important in this. The fact that at no point is he being like, this kid, it was liar, liar. Okay, now we know, we have the truth. The truth come out. Liar, liar, very mutable. It's like, this information is kind of important just on the ground of it doesn't actually seem to help his case any. You know. Maybe, you know what, actually, yeah, you can send it to me, later. No, I'll find it myself. Yeah, go ahead, why not? Yeah, because I've never seen, my Liar Liar either, so that's why I wasn't sure. Anyways, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if you're sitting here in this courtroom as I speak, listening to the proceedings. What? What was that? Did someone have a gun? Fire! Look, someone's trying to get away. It's no use. What the fuck? What's going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus.
I hereby call an emergency recess.
Oh, it was absolutely the wine thrown earlier. It finally caught fire.
Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom.
You were hurriedly removed from the spoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperate attempt to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being, the trial was suspended.
To be continued? To be continued almost immediately, because I'm still going for about another hour.
The Adventure of the Runaway Room. February 18th, 12:52 p.m.
To be continued on Lawyer Gable Z. Z, 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 Z. Don't know why I kept going, but it did.
The Old Bailey's fitness chamber. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened. Oh, nice timing. Mr. Sato, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? Sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently.
Flee the courtroom? Why?
Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear.
A young girl?
Then could it be the other passenger Mr. McGilda was just talking about? Why is my brain oh, it's impossible. She's still in Shanghai. Never mind. We're not going to think about her. My thoughts exactly.
So he wasn't lying.
Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilda, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions. Along with the young girl.
Who is she, I wonder? What was she even doing here at the trial?
She was taking a huge risk. For what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence.
Huh? Oh,
according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. I mean, the easy answer is, the 5th passenger didn't fucking pay.
ugh, she's right.
That is strange.
Grounds for the defense. Gotta proceed to the courtroom.
That was not even remotely English of any kind. I am ashamed of myself.
The trial will recommend or recommit.
The trial. It's honestly not that big of a book, but it clearly has the entire history of the universe in it. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial.
Well, that's soon enough, Mr. Sato.
Yes. Although, actually, you make a good point, Maya. Not only, like, fitting up there, understandable, but, like, where is it actually hiding? That it's not, like, just constantly falling out or something. Pocket sleeves. There we go. We got ourselves the kid. Definitely not the one that was sitting next to Mr. Mason, though. There's the young girl next to Mr. McGillard. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before.
Well, after the rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zykes.
My lord?
I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier.
It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade of the sort typically employed by the enemy.
Good gracious, the army?
What's in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gathering. She was caught, and now occupies the stand.
Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which introduced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior?
If I may, my lord.
Yes, Mr. McGilded?
I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why it is the wheel ass was here in the first place, and why she's tried to bolt like that. I suppose that's fair, they could. It is all tied up with the events of that night, so it is.
Very well, Mr. McGilded. Give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case.
Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. Look, Renosuke, I feel for you and Phoenix. Because, yeah, you guys get thrown into the deep end all the time. There's some bullshit. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with the first start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding a wee self away.
I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus. Is that correct?
You're not wrong. That's the annoying part. Now, but here's a question. Is Inspector Hosanaga gonna show up for case 3 just like he did the first 2? It is exactly as the defense counsel said. The last was the 5th passenger, my lord. Then that means there was actually 6 passengers and 2 of them didn't pay.
Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, Consul?
Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. Well, it seems like it doesn't either. Cross-examination of Magnus McGilded. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then McGorra allowed that in a wee scream and woke me up with the first start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then McGorra... Oh. Blah, blah, blah. What stuff? Wait, what did I find? So I'm going to...
Hold it!
And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty and there was no one on the roof deck either.
You were the first passenger, as it were.
Aye, and that's why I took the back side as I did. It was the most comfortable, so it is.
Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat?
By all means, it is how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, it is the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Van Sykes is getting very quiet. And Megora, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with the first start.
A loud thud, you say? And a scream?
Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? Just like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise.
So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having being stabbed?
Oh no. You ought to remember I was asleep at the time. I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me up, I opened my eyes. So my immediate thought then, perhaps, man gets stabbed, assailant leaves the carriage, carriage keeps moving, no one fucking notices because this dude's asleep, the two up top aren't looking down, and the little girl, I don't know yet. But carriage slows down, comes to a sudden stop for some reason. Body falls off out of the seat onto the ground. Was a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fellow on the floor? You didn't see anyone, but at the same moment you did hear a scream.
Oh, from the seat above you on the roof deck, I presume.
Not above me, no, my lord. Thought him inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was just some of the desperate sight before my eyes. Some wee little lass was after me like a charms. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding a weasel herself away. Oh, whoops, I meant to press continue. Being the defendant's lawyer, and yet finding myself as stunned as everyone else in his testimony, I'll just say it's trying. We certainly had precious little time to talk to Mr. McGilded before the trial. But we mustn't be dispirited. We must just try to learn all the facts we can. Ugh, when we arrived in London this morning, I didn't see my day panning out like this. Mr. Naruhodo, no grumbling, even in your head. Ugh, how did you know? She's very good.
Hold it!
You set him up? The victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would ya? Just common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. I don't know Lord Van Zykes. How would that be? You were to find the man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would have the guardman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business.
The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest.
Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them. Some would even see me dead. So I do try where I thought possible to avoid getting myself entangled with trouble.
Are you suggesting we're just going to leave the man there?
Heavens alive, no! I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only, I don't mind to find out the whys and wherefores first.
Whys and wherefores?
Right, sure. There's some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. The wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same?
Yes, the scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing.
Hold it!
That one probably didn't actually need to be, pressed. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim.
So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is.
What do you mean by that?
Oh no, it's a queer thing. It's a wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under my backside.
Gracious!
Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I had been sitting, I found there was a wee cubby hole there for storage. Okay. Okay. Cool. So, So, okay. The girl was there. That's why he knows that she had nothing to do with it. She was there before he was. She started waiting the omnibus for whatever reason. Who knows? Who cares? We'll find out later. See, I was thinking that she was there before him. It's like hiding somewhere. But I was thinking like under the seats. But I wasn't. Under the, yeah, I was thinking under. I guess technically it was under the seat, so I wasn't really thinking about it too much. But yeah, she was hiding away. But now we know specifically that this motherfucker was just kind of sitting on her the whole time. Oops. So it was when he got up to move the man off the floor. She came out of the goddamn seat and saw the man. That's why she didn't react beforehand either. So definitely, I think my thoughts are correct. Girl comes in. She hides in there so that she doesn't pay the fee or the fare and all this other stuff. McGilded comes in, actually the second person in, not the first, pays his fare, sits down on the chair where the girl is. Oops, well, now she can't move, but you know what? That's fine. She has a place she's going to anyways. So, he falls asleep. And then later on, Mason comes in and some other party. Mason and a sixth party comes in. They lock the door. The two witnesses come in, find the door locked, get up to the roof. And for whatever reason, Beppo did not see or did not get fare from someone, probably this mysterious person that was with Mr. Mason. Exactly how that happened, we don't know yet. So, but regardless, door's locked. Bus is going along, it's fine. The person that's sitting there with Mason stabs and kills him, leaves him there, and gets out without anyone noticing, just quietly opens the door, just kind of slips right out. A little later on down the road, cart comes to a stop, body falls because there's nothing holding it up anymore. There's a thud, wakes up Mr. McGilded. Mr. McGilded sees the man, is like, oh shit, puts the man back up. He gets up. There's now no more pressure on the seat. Girl is able to push up the seat now, finally, like, not trapped anymore, sees the dead body, fucking screams, as is usual. That alerts the two people on the roof who see Mr. McGilded down below. Except, the only thing missing... No, okay, yeah, no. They were alerted before that. They saw the assault happen. Okay, no, I got it. Because that was wrong. Because I'm just remembering that they saw the blood. So what they must have seen instead. So, yeah. Sorry, backtrack a little. They do in fact see moments after the actual attack. They see the person there with blood on their hands, and dude up top screams now, but it's not loud enough to wake up Mr. McGilded. They scream, and that's what causes the cart to stop so suddenly, because Beppo is like, holy shit, I gotta see what's going on, stops the cart to go take a look down in the skylight where he sees, what's his name? See McGilded with the body on the floor. That's why the body was on the floor. It fell over when he stopped it to take a look. But they must have just somehow missed. Something must have happened where First and Fairpayer were not looking inside for just a moment, just long enough for someone to slip out. Water. That's what I'm thinking. That's my theory at the moment. Nothing about the why matters at the moment. Oh, there goes my throat. Nothing about the why matters at the moment. Just the how. That would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. Let's look inside again. Well, because last time when I looked at the chairs, it didn't. When I looked at the seats, it didn't do anything. It's actually rather hard, of course. Oh, I never tried the handle. The seat has a handle, it seems. I never tried lifting that before. And it's big enough for a person. This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. So then what? Oh, damn it. Oh, whoa, how the fuck did I miss this? What the fuck? Where did this come from? That's blood, isn't it? I'm blind as a fucking bat. Is something wrong? Oh, it's just... Ugh, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. And yet, Von Zieks has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Alright, that's all you need to know. And that's when I found her. There's a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding a wee step away. She was hiding herself? You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. Ugh, you're really overacting this. Still and all, I pulled her off and under there. I set her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there.
You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir.
Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream. A fella's voice this time. Wait, what? Oh, this kind of throws a wrench in things. Okay, wait. Shit, fuck. Oh, damn it. Nope, okay. Alters my theory a little bit. But actually not that much. Actually, no, it doesn't alter it at all. Just move a few things around. Move small order of events real fast. Because I was right the first time I was thinking that Mason was killed without anyone fucking noticing. Presumably, that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right shot again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, you must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly.
In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason.
Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight.
It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and rarely confused, perhaps, with this young girl.
After that, of course. With the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses.
Thank you. I've heard enough. The events I explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl?
Her name is Gina Lest...
Hello?
Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer and a class among long crowds, and even people at the purses. It's commonly called a pickpocket.
What?
That explains this hiding in the thing. Yes.
This girl, here, a petty thief.
Yeah. Also, Lestrade, as in Scotland Yard in the Sherlock Holmes books, Lestrade.
Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Oh, how dare you? What is the meaning of this? I like her. Girl, she's gone.
Open your... Hold on. Oh, okay. So. Okay, oh, this can be fun. Okay. Young woman, 15 years old. Very urchin accent. So very kind of street British. What's street British? Blimey. I'm over here. Oh, there we go. I'll be honest, that came to me a little bit easier than I was expecting it to. I'm over here.
Good gracious, how?
What was the point of that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. It's dirty with a dipper, you'll say. Except if I'm gonna call on the job. She got herself back into a corner straight enough to jet. Go on, that's what's in your heads, ain't it?
No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast.
Look, that's for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. This ain't the best voice, but you know what? Go for a first attempt. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day. Don't want to keep the four-wheel drugs. Nice, didn't it? I like the pink best.
Do not wave that thing in my direction again.
What do you call it? Vampire. So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question. Tis alright, lass. You can tell him the truth now. Blimey. Alright, yeah. You're just like the Irishman said.
The court accepts the girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case.
And she's 17 actually. A young woman who witnessed the incident from her hiding place aboard the omnibus. She was discovered by the defendant.
Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question.
Alright, if I have to. If I have to. I'm trying to think, like, what's too high? What's too high? Is this, or what's too low? You know, so she looks like she got a little bit there. So I stuck inside the carriage while I hooked up the horses, just like always. Just like always. It was a right old wasted old time. I had nothing to show for my troubles that night. I tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I heard a loud bang. They jumped out my skin, I did, and the scream just came out. Because of that, the swell found me. Did I get away, Maud? Okay, so she didn't actually see the murder, which is a word. Yeah, okay, I gotcha.
Here we go. I fail to understand why you let the street urchin go, Mr. McGill.
Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. Are you fucking idiots? He was sitting on the goddamn seat. As I'm sure I said before, sure. Sir, whatever. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration.
I think a demonstration is called for.
That's where I sat that night.
And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume? Yes. It does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature.
Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. Oh, so you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. I couldn't live with myself if a young lass was ruined, and all the time I knew she was innocent.
Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question.
Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman.
My lord! This fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir.
With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Wait, what happens now? Wait, all 6 of them have declared him innocent, so... what now?
Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning on to a verdict of not guilty.
Mr. Naruhodo, well, it must mean... It must mean what? That we're victorious! Look, there's a vampire across the way. I have a feeling he's gonna have thoughts about this, and if we had a chance to do a summation examination, I have a feeling he will too. We've won? No, unfortunately, Punisher, I'm pretty sure that's not what's gonna happen. We haven't seen the sunlight yet.
Objection.
Yep. What the fuck? What the fuck? What is... Why? Wait. How do I... Is there a way to just... Hold on. Is there a way to just see this siege? Just... What the fuck? It's the thoughts of my aunt... Wait, no, hold on. Sorry, wrong voice. I'm just so blown aback by the fucking leg on the table. Hold on, okay. Dracula. If the thought of my iron hid Wellington offends prey. No, that's no Irish. Fuck. What the fuck happened? I'm so thrown out of whack. Dr. Alicott. If the sight of my iron hid Wellington offends prey, do forgive the discourtesy. Even little Mr. Stride. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in this investigations. Ah, shit. Thank you, Punisher. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's what? What? The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord! The evidence had been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGill's stories, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? How do I know that you're not lying, Newsbay?
Order, order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, Counsel?
Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Oh, that's right. I was looking around, but it didn't give me a prompt on the handle, so I can't check for myself. Well, mind your business, friend? Me? When your carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as with any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear that up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How is so an elaborate excuse by the deaf Lord Van Zykes? It wouldn't let me open it up earlier, is the only problem.
Well, Counsel, do you have something to say on this matter?
Shit. How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment in the scene in the omnibus? I mean, the truth. I didn't see what was under there. I looked around, it didn't give me a prompt to open it. Sorry, I'm a failure. I didn't look. Why didn't I examine the... Oh, maybe I could have seen it? I legitimately don't know. And I don't want to look up if I could have... I legitimately don't want to Google if I could have actually opened it the first time around, but... I don't think I could have. It seems, my lord, that the Eastern Initiate is as unreliable as wine from the barrel. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, it seems the argument is moot, and the truth of the matter is there for you all to see after all. What the carving hole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here?
I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think.
The compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state the omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. Let money lending fleecer and the prick person lying. Shit. Yep, nope, that sounds about right. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh no. Just a trick. Of course it's a trick. Quite so, I must concur here. Uh-oh, we have a problem. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. Fucking asshole. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate.
Thank you, Counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Oh, right, we were still in the middle of some shit. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please.
Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition.
The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem.
So I snuck inside the carriage before they looked up the horses, just like they always. Blimey, there we go. That was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for the troubles that night. I can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitching there.
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all?
No. Not a jot. Most days I push the curtain up with my head and look out the crack. I'm gonna have a butcher's out with who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I'm gonna have a look. I see that get on there and just splashes the other ones see. So most of the time the passengers plan themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this Irishman spit the whole journey right over my head. And for that reason you weren't able to push the curtain up to peek out, I see. Truth is, I had to up in small dark places. This was like being thrown in clink. That's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's almost a choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? Say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to stick it out under there. Not enough for it. Nothing else for it. But wow, I hear this loud bang. It jumped out my skin, I did.
Hold it!
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor?
Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump.
And you let out a scream involuntarily?
That's right. And then I feel the cushion over me head get lighter or something.
Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not. Well,
Or not.
well,
Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim.
oh, absolutely. She got it. Like, I know you're an urchin. I know this is like classic urchin style, but she makes it work. Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment?
Yeah, I saw it. Huh? I pushed up the cushion and a quick butcher's while I did at the chance, didn't I? I remember sitting at the bloke while falling on the floor, so I see it opposite. That matches Mr. McGilden's account, of course. But then, I felt it turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it's too late by then. I should never have risked looking. It's because of that Swell... Blimey. It's because of that Swell found me. It didn't help me get away, man. And when Mr. Gilda discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place? I was scared stiff. Stiff I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, bloke had a knife in his guard suit. It was still bleeding. And the carriage stretched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. That's why she had the blood on her hand. Ugh, how awful. Both hands got covered in blood. Made me feel sick as a dog. Both their hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passenger saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while. Was that correct? Yeah, I asked me some stuff. What's to know my name and what I was up to and all that. Then I heard something from up above. Someone screamed.
Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume.
I didn't want no one seeing my face, so I didn't look up. And the horses were drawn up smartish, and this Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." All 6 members of the jury had decided that the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they are all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we would clinch the verdict we want.
Yes, I think you're right.
I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. So, you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run? Well, yeah. I mean, what's the point of spinning a joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, isn't it? I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. That actually makes sense.
Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants.
Well, that does clear up a little mystery of the fares and all. Full paying passengers are 5 pence a piece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified. And when it's escape, could I surrender for free? The red conk of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's why I slip into the carriage to get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right?
But your hiding place is a storage compartment full of equipment for the coach, no?
Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck them all out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much.
And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia.
Nah, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you.
It seems we reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue.
Hold it!
A waste of time? Why is that? Most nights I'm on my own and the God permit at least some of the time.
I beg your pardon. Did you say God permit?
Oh yeah, well that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. Point is, ain't no more run. Carriage ain't got no one in it for a while.
And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away?
That's it. Only that night. That night, this girl was sat on my seat from the start. I didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck.
Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin?
Yeah. Right, mister. To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion even sat on and find a child now, do ya?
So Mr. Strong couldn't possibly be the culprit then.
Something still... Okay, I've pressed everything. And it jumped out of my skin. Let me take a look at my evidence. Because I think I must be missing something. We got the knife, the ledger. There's the omnibus, the defendant's gloves, crime scene photograph, the autopsy report, and my armband. Scales of justice. They're a symbol of the defense, aren't they? Yes, that's right. The scales are a symbol of fairness to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law. And a warning to those. This is unimportant. I just didn't realize I never looked at it. But if they're the mark of the defense, it would be more suspicious if they were weighing more heavily on the not guilty side, I think. What you got, Punisher? What's the problem? Because my problem is still that there's still someone missing. Who actually killed them? There's a body missing. There's a person missing. If it really wasn't McGillard. Let's see. Stuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. In the photo. If it haven't... That's true. So, yeah, the missing button, I had forgotten about that. So, the problem with the missing button is, it could easily, just because he's poor... But you're right, it does seem like a rather striking and potentially important thing that it's looking at, but it's hard to say. Snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses. But it was a right old waste of time to show from the troubles that night. couldn't see a blind thing in that hiding place to pitch in there. After a while, I hear this loud bang, then it jumped out of my skin, and the scream just came out. With that, this fool found me. He did help me get away. Did I press everything? I thought I did. Hi, Arlette. Welcome, welcome. I feel like I'm missing something. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I'm pretty sure I pressed everything, right?
Hold it!
Let me see again. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should look at his reactions. Let's see here. There's no weird reaction coming from Adam McGilded. There was one thing in one of her presses that was kind of weird.
Hold it!
Because she looked at him for confirmation or something. What is it? Night. So it's totally stuck. See, this right here. This is kind of weird. Has your present here?
Excuse me.
Let me ask you something, Mr. Gilbert. Oh, how would that be, fella? Do you have something to say about that last statement? No, not really. I'm altogether happy with what's been said. I need to ask, still and all. Yeah, have yourself a tip. Do you think I was asking after his general well-being?
Hold it!
Okay, let me get back up to it. That part was weird. Oh, wait, no. Oh, there we go. There's something. That's what I was looking for. Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Is there something the matter, Consul? I'm just wondering if Mr. Strauss has come and made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no. 'Twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm so scared of the dark now. Hey, I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Mrs. Strahd? Did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? A conversation? Words of some kind? Noises in the form of words, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was Irishman snoring. But Shabbos! I don't need to tell the whole world, and before we busy let us camp. Perhaps a rusted hook, who knows? That would be quite interesting if there was. What a pity. If only Mr. Slot had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. Yes. Oh, what should we make of that last statement of hers? I'm sure it's important, I just don't know how. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important.
All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Profoundly important. But all she said was that she heard nothing.
Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it.
I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind, Council. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please.
What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. How are you trying to do? Well, it won't work on me.
That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move.
I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring.
So you're starting to hear what happened the entire time since the moment you hit yourself?
Not exactly, no. I'm sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the curtain up and have a butch just to see what was what. But then, when I saw the swill getting on, I got my head down so they didn't notice me.
And Mr. McGill sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct?
Yeah, would you Adam and Eve there? What a mug. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped there and there, I never heard the door open.
Never heard that. Wait. We stopped here and there, we never heard the door open.
Hold on. Hold the phone. If you never heard then how did Mason get into the car? Or into the carriage? So I just had to say, put us to him driving his pigs and him driving his pigs to market. Snoring like a little dog it was.
Are there any conclusions we can draw from?
The door's never opened.
Okay, let me think.
Hold on. Something I need to see. Nope, wrong button. There. That's what I needed.
You can certainly see inside the carriage in here.
Look. They're not pointing it out, but I see it. There is in fact a latch. No, pay more attention. This part, this can be opened. Okay. The door's never opened. Which means Mason and the killer entered down through here. For whatever reason, we don't know. But at some point, they were up top, went down. I wonder... Okay. What if... This is gonna be a long shot, but bear with me. Okay. Girl under the seat. Man up top sleeping. Mason and... Let's just say Bing. Let's just say Fair Payer. Let's just call it him. Let's say that he wanted to kill him for whatever reason. They come. Maybe the door is locked, maybe it's not. Probably not. Who actually knows? Who cares? But regardless... Someone got shooed away. Who got shooed away? Was it... Was it first who said he got shooed away by the man inside? Because my only guess is... Goes down with Mason, kills him, leaves him there, goes back up... And no one notices. Unless they're all in on it, maybe? But regardless, like, someone went with Mason down in there, but the doors never open, which means they left through there as well. But the reason why there wouldn't need to be a sixth person if it's one of the three witnesses. If they're the murderer, things start making sense. Mrs. Strahd, what you just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. Huh? At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. Seems my learn. Well, hon. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Von Zieks realized it too.
Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least.
Yes, my lord.
I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court.
According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGildet snoring. But think, Renosuke, think. There's something else she should have heard. I mean, there was Mason, right? But also, yeah, she should have heard Mason. Because I don't have any evidence of something she should have heard. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Mr. Sauter could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person.
Take that!
I hope this works. I hope this is right.
Thrice-fired Mason.
Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the very victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. I wonder if it's also possible that Mason wasn't even killed in there. He was killed and then dropped down.
Oh, no, wait. Explain your reasoning, counsel.
Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is this correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGildet. That it was. I just saw was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. I saw him get on, remember? Did the crack under the seat cushion. It was on his own for sure. And, from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its wayward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I listened for, wasn't it? Wait for this swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Oh! We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the fact. Or, our facts are wrong. I'm not calling her a liar. I think yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. I feel like I accidentally went too far back into Russian from the previous case, but this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed.
Lord Von Zieks.
Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. Shit, yeah, he's got a point. This kinda doesn't help our case. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. That is not what I'm saying. Dead right, dead wrong. I'm gonna put victim possibility that makes no sense whatsoever. This girl's a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Ah, shit. Old lady, no. Shit. Okay. Let me explain my reasoning for this, please. She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars.
No, cannot.
Mr. Foreman.
I ain't judge girl just because I have some less than salubrious ways, but I must say, I cannot abide lies.
This man just kind of goes with the flow. I'm gonna need everyone to... Shit. Mr. Hardo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Let me explain, please. I have words to say.
Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my nipperwise friend.
Oh, absolutely. I'm terrified of that moment, Punisher.
Through the considerable troubles you have spared me. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing.
Ah! What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amadan? This is carnage. It's perfect. Chair number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know. If we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilded's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Hold on, no, wait! Oh, thank you. Was that me? Oh, thank God. Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel? I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean?
Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once.
When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand.
And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage.
If the Aspetides' words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. I mean, yes, he was put there after he died, but also, there's another entrance. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way. Objection! I wondered what newfound fantasy would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door, the other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Overi. Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, these of which allow the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin.
Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here's the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim entered the cabin?
It's quite simple, really. You came in right there. The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight.
I say, the skylight?
Oh, the skylight, yeah, it's possible. Oh my goodness.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost had been lost for words.
However, the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through. So you claim. But do you have a thread of evidence to support your out-of-brain theory? Both Mr. McGilded and Mr. Saw said the same in their testimonies. They each claim to have heard a loud thud since the noise made by someone falling to the floor. How did the fall? Yes! The thud was caused by the man actually falling. It wouldn't have been a loud enough thud if he just fell from the seat to the floor. But it would have made sense if he fell from the skylight.
Yes, which already been explained. How was the sound of the victim falling from a seat having been assaulted with the dagger?
Yes, it has. But would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise that the witnesses describe? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Gracious! Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're not suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony, because they would have been the motherfucking murderers. Well, yes, that's true, but... What a humble fella. Make a wee comment here. Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But, that seems to me, my lord, that is not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. It is the case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof. You mean, the ones that stuck that knife in the man were... Ah! Hey look, Granny's eyes open. That's right, we're... So what exactly are you saying here, you blatherer? You rotter, he said. You rotter! What are you insinuating? Why, I have half a mind to, I don't know any British, sayings here. I have half a mind to, I don't fucking know. Just gonna give it up. This is a flaming outrage. I've got a good mark to give you a blank in a minute. He'll give you a shine in a minute, he said. And so will I. I don't take kindly to you ruffians to say spread lies about me. Come on, put him up like a gentleman. I'll give you a chance. Mr. Fairplay? You're effectively accusing me. I said a gentleman, a real respected banker. And me, a very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have done that man in the guts, is it? It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. It's... Nah. I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right. I protest too. About you, you rotten scoundrel.
Order, order, order. This is not the time, witnesses. I will not pretend this is wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the answer room at once.
This is beyond reason, my lord. That's outrageous. That was way off. That was definitely not British. It's very hurtful, you know.
My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Von Dykes.
It was the defense that incited this outburst for the witnesses. My learned friend is seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to... It seems, young police, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell to the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal guilt. In our British court of law, that is what's termed a baseless accusation. I mean, it's possible. I know it's rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. I thought there was something fishy about that half from the moment I laid eyes on the fella. We'll have to see this matter through now, one way or another. Oh shit, it's already past 7 o'clock. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Testify! Testify! What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators in the public gallery are in a complete frenzy.
Mr. Fair Play and Mr. First. My lord? You will take this time again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. You came to the stand, motherfucker. This was your choice. Some time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Just keeping pushing forward. Whatever. It's weird use of words. Okay. Now. It's actually getting a little bit late. Let me see how we're doing. We've been going for about 4 hours. Oof. Let me see who's streaming right now, because that might be the end of it today. We might continue this next week. So thank you all so much for joining me. While I figure out what I'm doing here real fast. We will come right back to this crazy stuff going on in a little bit later. But thank you all so much for joining me. I hope you all enjoyed this trial shenanigans. Lots happening, lots happening. Yeah, we'll return to this next week. Got more streams in a couple days. Should be good. Keep an eye out on Twitter for upcoming schedules. And let me see who we have to raid. Who is this? Ooh, we have 2 options. Right.